Check, check. Check, check. A beautiful national anthem sung there to start this contest off. We are just about underway in the first ever battle between the Glacier Range Riders and the Missoula Paddleheads. Good evening, folks. My name is Scott Gladstone. So excited to have you along for the ride as we have an exciting contest between the newest team in the Pioneer Baseball League and a team that has new imagery as of a few years ago, but has been around for a while in the Missoula Paddleheads. These two teams are separated by about a 2-hour drive that goes along the shores of Flathead Lake and then along the beautiful range in front of the Mission Mountains. And that's why I have proclaimed this the self-titled Mission Mountain matchup between these two, a rivalry for sure. And right there we have the introduction of the starting pitcher for the Glacier Range Riders, and it is the man who has been the number one, the ace, in fact, thus far. He was the day one starter, just went 3 innings in the first ever game for the Glacier Range Riders, but Logan Van Wy is the man on the bump tonight for the boys in red. We'll explain that in a moment. Their first ever appearance in the beautiful red jerseys. But first, let's talk a little bit about their starter, Logan Van Wy. I believe this is the first time that he's had his name pronounced correctly, spelled V-A-N-W-E-Y, but it is Van Wy. On the long road trip, it was not got across that his name was Van Wy, and so everybody's been going by Van Wy, but it was a successful road trip for the Glacier Ace nonetheless, with being mispronounced. As the first pitch is thrown by Logan Van Wy, and we are underway. A ball off the outside there makes it 1-0. Swing and a miss there, and it's 1-1 now. That one will be a foul ball, and it'll push it to 1-2. The leadoff batter is the shortstop for the Missoula Paddleheads, Kevin Watley. Logan Van Wy, his numbers in a second as this 1-2 is floated out to right field. Caught by Vinny Bologna out there for out number 1. Now I'll get to the numbers from Logan Van Wy. He's got one out already. He's got a 1-0 record in 4 starts, 2.81 ERA, 16 innings pitched, 22 strikeouts to just 7 walks for the Missouri Southern State product in his rookie season. Fouled that one back. Count goes to 0-1 on the number 2 batter. That one will miss. Count goes to 1-1. This is Cameron Thomas. Thomas plays second base. 1-1 coming in. Swung on, grounder over to first. Dean Miller fields it and taps the bag himself with 3 unassisted, and we got 2 gone in the top of the first. Now Lamar Sparks, the right fielder, steps up as Van Wy tries to go 1-2-3 in his opening frame. Sparks into the right-handed batter's box. The first pitch there, right down Main Street, called strike for strike number 1. Jesus. Early, and I'm already tripping over my words. That one is laced towards the gap. It's going to get down, cut off, so it goes no farther. Just a well-struck single by Lamar Sparks as Ben McConnell cut that one off in left center field. So it is not a 1-2-3 inning. It is a 1-2 and then a base hit. as the first baseman, Jason Newman, now comes up. Newman, there's a chance you see him on the mound as well. He's a versatile player and a fan favorite in Missoula. Played last year with the Paddleheads as well. And a big storyline of this contest, not just the first edition of this rivalry, but it is the first crack that the Range Riders have at the defending champions in the Pioneer League. That one fouled out of play, 0-1. Friday night and Saturday nights, of course, have great attendance all over the country, and this is no different. This Friday night, first ever Friday night crowd is filling out this stadium pretty well and bringing a lot of energy already. 0-1, that one misses on the inside. 1-1 now, 2 outs, runner on first, top of the first, 0-0 between the Paddleheads and the Range Riders. An absolutely beautiful day. We got a brief afternoon, early evening shower, but that's the reason why the artificial turf is around. No delay in play. And we are right at it at a 7:05 first pitch. The foul off there makes it 1-2. 72 degrees, fairly humid, especially for Montana standards because of that rain that we had briefly right before, maybe right after the gates opened at around 6:05. 1-2, 2 outs, runner on first is Lamar Sparks. Jason Newman stands at the plate, the first baseman for the Paddleheads today. Cracks that one out to left field. It is carrying. Backing up is McConnell. Backing up is the center fielder Linscott. And a home run by Jason Newman. Flashes the power that he has right there. Able to connect with that one. And it's 2-0 in favor of the Missoula Paddleheads. It has been 3 straight nights, now make it 4 straight nights, where the Range Riders have allowed a run in the top of the first inning. There has not been a game at their ballpark in which they didn't allow a home run, or they didn't allow a hit. I'm all over the place. That one hits the strike zone. They didn't allow a run to score in the top of the first inning. 2-0 here as Gatewood steps in. 2 strikes to start off his at-bat as the crowd tries to rein this game back in. 0-2 off the plate, counts now 1-2. For Jason Newman, that is his 8th home run of the year. He leads the Paddleheads. Grounder to short, fielded by McNicholas. He throws over to first for out number 3. So the first 2 got through by Van Wy, but then Sparks and Newman combine for 2 runs after the Newman bomb. It's 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the first. A T-shirt toss in between the top of the first and the bottom of the first inning. That will reignite the fans to life. I believe that's going to become a fairly common occurrence here at Flathead Field. Just one of the mementos you can pick up. Of course, seeing the team in their inaugural season, something to put on your bucket list as well. There will be no other season to do that, except for this one. Make your way down to the beautiful ballpark if you get a chance. About underway for the bottom of the first inning. It's Zachary Smith. I'll call him Zach Smith for most of the rest of the game here. As could go by either, but Smith does make his first start, the right-hander. Steps in to the game with one of the best stats of any paddlehead. The 1-0 misses. Now 2-0 to Ben McConnell, who's the leadoff man for the Range Riders. 1.93 ERA in 6 appearances. Like I mentioned, this is his first start. 1-0 record, 18 2/3 innings pitched, 17 strikeouts to 6 walks. That 1-0 miss, 3-0 now. As Ben McConnell got the night off last night, trying to kick the Glacier half of the first with a walk. Not on that one. 3-1 is the count now as that one catches the plate. And that one will miss, so it'll be Ben McConnell that gets the free pass to first to start it off, and keep an eye out for him on the base paths. Ben McConnell's got plenty of speed. The Corinth, Texas native has been able to boogie all over opposing teams to the tune of 13 successful stolen bases, has only been caught once. And now it'll be Sam Linscott, who bats in the 2-hole for the second straight night. Moved himself up after a successful outing in his debut 2 nights ago. That one's a high fly ball out to center field, but it's going to be too high, and actually a couple steps in will be taken by Greenwalt, the center fielder, for out number 1. Now Brody Wofford steps in. Wofford batting in the 3 spot tonight, and he has, for the majority of his starts, batted in the 3 spot for the Range Riders. McConnell's going on the first pitch. The throw, not a chance to get him, even if it was on line. The speedy Ben McConnell has his 14th stolen bag of the year, and the pitch was a ball, so it's 1-0 count. Runner in scoring position now for Wofford in the left-handed batter's box. Wofford batting .263 with 4 home runs this year. In the zone, called strike, counts 1-1 now. No outs, bottom of the first, runner on second. Zach Smith is pitching. Brody Wofford is batting. That one dribbled down the left field / third base line, but it stays foul. Counts now 1-2. Zach Smith, the pitcher's ahead. He'll throw his 10th pitch of this opening frame to Wofford. This is a Missoula Paddleheads squad that is built on pitching, which is huge in a league that can have some offensive explosions on more than just a couple nights. Foul ball there. Earns Wofford another trip up and another pitch from Smith. Smith is just part of that outstanding pitching staff that has allowed under 100 earned runs this year, which is incredible. In comparison, 141 earned runs, have been scored against the Glacier Range Riders pitching staff, which has been middle to bottom of the pack in the Pioneer League. An ERA of 7.74 for Glacier compared to just an ERA of 4.97 for the Paddleheads. Another one skips in the pseudo dirt, the artificial turf here, the reason why we can play shortly after the rain rolled through. 3-2, 1 out, and McConnell on second base for Brody Wofford. Zach Smith sets, gets the sign. Quick glance at McConnell, and he fires. Swung on, foul ball that doinks off the protection in front of the Missoula Paddleheads dugout. We'll do another payoff pitch as Wofford really making Smith work as much as possible after it was just 6 pitches thrown to the first 2 batters. And now it's the 8th pitch coming up of this at-bat for Wofford. And it'll miss. Now runners on first and second for the Glacier Range Riders. No hits for them, but they'll take a couple free passes from a man who has been pretty stingy. I already mentioned it, but Smith, just 6 walks coming in. He has already multiplied that by 33%. As he's gone from 6 to 8, and Dean Miller, who had a home run last night, steps in the cleanup spot. Plays first base today. Usually we've seen him in either left field or DHing. But today playing first, letting Wofford get the day off in the field, and he'll see a ball low to go ahead 1-0. We also did see Dean Miller at third base. He's a very versatile player in the outfield. And I already mentioned Jason Newman, the first baseman for the Missoula Paddleheads. Versatility at this level is very key. 1-1 now after the swing and the miss there from Dean Miller. 1 out here. Bottom of the first, runners on first and second. Smith takes 2 looks at McConnell on second there and entices a swing and a miss out of Miller. Count goes to 1-2 with 1 out. Here with the Range Riders up to bat in the bottom of the first. The lineup for the Glacier Range Riders tonight. You've already seen McConnell, Linscott, and Wofford. Now you're seeing Miller at the plate. Bologna is on deck in the 5 spot. McNicholas will bat 6th. And as this one is grounded foul down the third base line, the bottom 3 are a man making his debut, Justin Mazzone. In the 7th spot, Ryan Cash batting 8th, and Brant Broussard will be the second leadoff man to round out the order. 1-2 now will come again after the foul ball, the last time he saw this count. Pitch comes in. That one is powered out to center field. Backing up is Greenwald. It will fall off the wall. One will score. Green light. No. Stop sign for Brody Wofford, who gets back to third successfully. And Dean Miller on second, standing with an RBI double. He's had a good last couple days here in Flathead Field. Cuts the deficit in half with 1 swing of the bat, and now it brings up the number 5 batter, Vinny Bologna. Bologna, the California native, just graduated from Fresno State. Made his journey up north to Montana, where he starts his professional career. First pitch swinging and foul and out of play. And that's a souvenir for a fan. I believe a great catch there by a fan. The screen covers the entire reserved seating here at the stadium. There's lots of opportunities to go run after foul balls, but one has to loop perfectly up and over the screen for the fans that are sitting in their seats to get it. Swing and a miss there. Count goes to 0-2. An 0-2 will come into Bologna. He's got 2 runners in scoring position and just 1 out to work with. Thought about it, didn't go. Gets a low ball call, so count goes to 1-2 now with 1 out. Zachary Smith has thrown 22 pitches now. Sam Lintz got out on 1 pitch when he got him to fly out to center field for out number 1. But since then has struggled a little bit to find the strike zone because he walked Wofford as well as the leadoff batter McConnell. And then he allowed that crack off the wall that scored McConnell from Dean Miller. Now, after going up 0-2, he's even the count up at 2-2. Swing and a miss there from Bologna as he goes down on the K. And Austin McNicholas will now have to step up with no sacrifice opportunity, but still 2 runners in scoring position. First pitch coming in to McNicholas. Goes high. Counts now 1-0 for the shortstop today. He's been the shortstop ever since he got on the roster for the Glacier Range Riders. Has not taken a day off in the field nor at the plate. 1-0, 2 outs, runners on second and third, and that one's in the zone. Called strike. Count is 1-1 now with 2 outs. On deck if we get there. Will be, if we get there, it will be some sort of a clutch opportunity, most likely for Justin Mazzone, who's making his professional debut here. Swing and a miss, though, from McNicholas. He's 1 strike away from ending the frame if he can't make contact with a punch-out pitch. 1-2, 2 outs. Smith, 27 pitches this inning, trying to limit it right here to 28 or less. Swung on. That's a looping ball down the right field line. Going to be a tough play for Lamar Sparks coming in, who dives, and it lands fair. 1 comes home. 2 comes home. Rounding for third is Austin McNicholas, and he is safe with a 2 RBI triple. The rookie put that one in a perfect space. And with Lamar Sparks laying out for it, it had 3-bagger written all over it for the man out of Austin, Texas. It's now 3-2 off that triple. And now it is a clutch situation still for the rookie. His first ever professional pitch goes for a strike against him. It's Justin Mazzone. Mazzone just finished up his college career with Lewis Clark State, an NAIA powerhouse. He was part of a runner-up team with the Warriors. Swing and a miss there from Mazzone. He's a catcher, so throws with the right hand, but he does bat out of the left-handed batter's box. 0-2 now. Runner on third, 2 outs. It's 3-2 in favor of the Glacier Range Riders. Breaks his bat there. It's going to be a tough play for the shortstop, Watley Fields. Watley throws. It's safe over at first. An infield RBI single by Justin Mazzone to start off his professional career. One at bat, 1 run brought home, and a 1,000 in the average college. And in the top of the first inning, we're going to get a meeting at the mound. It's now 4-2 in favor of the Glacier Range Riders. An RBI double from Dean Miller started off the scoring this inning. Then the 2 RBI triple from Austin McNicholas. And to top it all off, Justin Mazzone reaches first successfully. Not only does he have a 1,000 batting average, but he has a 1,000 bats broken average. As that one will likely, because it's unusable now, maybe get hung up on a wall or put on a mantle somewhere for the Mazzone family. Congratulations on the debut in general, but also the already successful debut of the Mazzone family back home somewhere near Huntington Beach, California. It's now a 4-2 lead here for the Glacier Range Riders, and up steps Ryan Cash batting in the 8th spot. He's got Mazzone on first. And he's going to get a base hit. Mazzone will have a good chance to round, but he's just going to get the stop sign, play it safe over there at second. It was a fairly long meeting at the mound. And maybe that base hit might be enough for a conversation and a message to be sent down to the bullpen for the Paddleheads that maybe an arm should start to get loose. It's hard to pull somebody in the top of the first or in the bottom of the first inning, but it's been 31 pitches thrown and 4 runs against their starter, who has done well in a relief role, but right now Smith struggling to start the contest. That one swung, late swing by Brant Broussard there, but he falls behind 0-1 after a foul ball. Four to 2 here. Other than that Cash single where he didn't spend much time at the plate, that was the only batter since Sam Linscott who didn't have a runner in scoring position when he came up. Another late swing there by Brant Broussard. That one very well would have scored Mazzone from second, would have had a good chance for the speedy Cash from first base. Instead, just curls outside the first base bag. And now it's an 0-2 for Brant Broussard, as all 9 Glacier Range Riders batters have come to the plate here in the bottom of the first inning. 4-2, the Range Riders lead. Swings at that one, fouls off the ground and off the inside of his left leg there. Going to be another 0-2, as right now Zachary Smith not trying to fudge it around the zone very much. He's putting it right in there, and Broussard so far has protected on every pitch. 2 late swings to foul away, and then that one fouled into the ground right at his base. Another 0-2, 2 outs coming, runners on first and second. 4-2 here, the Range Riders lead in the bottom of the first. That one will be a called strike 3 on 0-2. A brief hesitation, it looked like, from the home plate umpire before punching out Broussard to end the inning, but it is a 4-run bottom of the first inning for the Glacier Range Riders. The Jammer jerseys here on Friday, treating them well. They lead 4-2. We head to the second. Top of the second here, as it'll be Keaton Greenwald to lead off the frame for the Missoula Paddleheads, and Logan Van Wy back out working with a long rest before coming out, and a 2-run lead now as he walked off the mound most recently with a 2-run deficit after allowing the Newman 2-run bomb. 1-1, no outs here. Top of the second, it's 4-2. The Range Riders lead the Paddleheads. That one swung on. That one is well struck out to left field, heading towards the 375 sign, and it's caught on the warning track by the center fielder, Sam Linscott. And that's the first introduction to the deep hole in center field here at Flathead Field for the Missoula Paddleheads, playing their first ever game at Flathead Field. Didn't bother Jason Newman very much, as wasn't straightaway center field, but he did put a good carry on it to the right side of the batter's eye. That one will miss. Count will go to 1-1 for Anders Green. Van Wy just 22 pitches now as he gets the swing and a miss from Green. Count now 1-2 with 1 out. Davis is on deck, and Akins is the final batter. He is in the hole. We'll see if we get to him this inning. Count is now 2-2 after that one missed off the plate. 2-2, 1 out, bases empty for Anders Green. Van Wy fires, swing and a miss, and a strikeout for Logan Van Wy. Up comes the catcher now. Brenton Davis, the Bellevue University graduate. That was the most recent team he played for. Originally from Nebraska is Brenton Davis. And like Mazzone, throws right, bats left. Called strike there to Davis. He's behind 0-1 to start off his at-bat versus Van Wy, his first time to the plate. Staring down the starter for the Range Riders. That one misses low. Count is now 1-1. 2 outs, top of the second here. Van Wy fires that one, grounded to second. Cash fields, Cash throws, plenty of time for out number 3. So we will not see the final batter, Akins, for the Missoula Paddleheads. We should be doing that in the top of the third. But first, the Glacier Range Riders get another crack at the plate when we come back for the bottom half of the frame. We flip the lineup card over for the first time. And it's a great time to do it because the leadoff man that Nick Hogan intended is leadoff man for this inning, and hit over to third. It's McConnell. Green fields, green throws, and it's a quick one pitch out, which is much needed from Zachary Smith. Smith, I already talked a little bit about him, his stats this year. Most recently played in the Atlantic League with the Lancaster Barnstormers, originally from Katy, Texas, and played his college ball at Southern Arkansas. You'll see Sam Linscott for the second time. And this time will be a little longer than the first, as it'll go longer than one pitch as Linscott flied out to center field his first time up. Smith fires the 1-0, swung on. It's going to be a slow roller and a tough play for a speedy Linscott to get caught there, but that he does. A great defensive play by Watley, who charged that one, fielded it perfectly off the hop, and threw over to first for out number 2. Brody Wofford now steps in. He got a long at bat that the fruition of was seen later in the inning when you could tell Smith getting a little bit fatigued on the mound after Wofford made him work so hard. He ended up walking on a 3-2 pitch, and then Wofford later scored as part of the 4-run outburst by the Range Riders in the bottom of the first inning. 1-0 coming in to Brody Wofford. Cracks that one. It's fair and bobbled by Newman, but Newman recovers and taps first for out number 3. A 1-2-3 frame by Smith, exactly what the Paddleheads ordered. Neither side scores in the second. We head to the third, still 4-2. Back here as we finish out Range Rider Karaoke. The song was Don't Stop Believin', and the great Friday night crowd here really filling up the air with their vocal cords for the mid-inning break. We're in the third. It's 4-2. Glacier leads Missoula. 1-0 count. Now a 1-1 as it's a called strike to the final batter that we've yet to see, Jared Akins. Akins, another California, as we get a swing and a miss there. Another California native, as we have numerous on both sides. Cal State Fresno graduate. Stands in the left-handed batter's box. Played for the Paddleheads last season. Swings on that one, hit over to third, fielded by Broussard. He throws, and it's on the money and just beating out a fairly speedy Akins. by a half step is the throw, so it's out number 1 here. Bases stay empty in the top of the third. Broussard incredibly casual on that. Knew that he had enough time and just tossed it off as we get the leadoff batter. Usually you don't see batters dusting off the plate there, but Kevin Whatley wanted to clean it off. Doesn't help on pitch 1 as he swings and misses to go behind 0-1. Whatley led off this game with a fly out to right, and now he's behind 0-2 against Logan Van Way. Van Way, sort of a rarity in college baseball. Sometimes at least it seems like it as we get 0-2, especially with good players and players that are trying to find the right home for themselves. But he spent his entire college career at the same school. So that one just misses inside. Van Wy went to Missouri Southern State, I believe. Technical full name of it. 2-2 cracked down the left field line and foul. Just a little bit late on that one. We'll do 2-2 again. Started off and was originally a really solid reliever for the Lions in Missouri. Eventually this past year, this was his first year becoming a starter. Had not started a game post-high school. As the pitch goes high, counts now 3-2. Not in Summer League, not in NCAA ball. That one swung on, another foul ball. Van Wy working pretty fast here. Trying to talk about his outstanding season he had where he was 7-3, a 3.47 ERA with the Lions. 123 strikeouts to just 25 walks. And that one is fouled back. He's trying to get another strikeout to his professional career here for Van Wy. Three-two. Called strike 3 on the payoff pitch, and Whatley, I think, frustrated with himself there. He immediately expressed his frustration with a little kick out, and now a slow walk back to the dugout. Up comes Cameron Thompson. Thompson grounded out over to Dean Miller at first, his first time up. First pitch in the zone, called strike 0-1. Bases empty, 2 outs here, top of the third. The reason I think why Van Wy has come to the Pioneer League and been so successful is because he's competed against really good players. As that one misses to the crowd's displeasure, 1-1 now with 2 outs. He's played at really good summer collegiate leagues, including the Northwoods League for 3 years and the MLB Draft League last year, as he can't get the call there, as he has 2 balls in a row that miss by mere inches. 2 years with the Duluth Huskies, 1 with the La Crosse Loggers before, as we get a swing and a miss there to make it 2-2. He spent his most recent summer with the Thunder out of Trenton, former minor league team that converted to a summer collegiate team after the restructuring of minor league baseball. A swing and a miss as Logan Van Wy gets a ground out and 2 Ks. He's through another inning, 1-2-3. We'll be right back for the bottom of the third. Glacier comes back to bat, up 4-2. the Katy, Texas native, and Zachary Smith. Zach Smith coming out for his third inning of work. The first one was one to forget in his first professional start. Correction, not his first professional start, his first Pioneer League start. He did start 11 games last year for the Barnstormers in the Atlantic League. He signed to play professional ball mid-season after starting in the Prospect League, another summer collegiate league. First pitch in there, called strike after a brief delay against Dean Miller. First time up, put the first run of the board across the plate for the Glacier Range Riders on a double that went off the wall and scored Ben McConnell. 0-1 coming into Miller. Miller swings and misses at that one. Fooled on it. Now he's behind 0-2 to Zach Smith, who's thrown 43 pitches in this contest. Comes in and it'll miss low on the waste pitch. Count now 1-2. No outs. Bases empty. Bottom of the third. 4-2. Glacier leads the Missoula Paddleheads. Vinny Bologna on deck. We're going to see him in this inning, as well as Austin McNicholas, who had the 2 RBI triple. Swung on that one. Up the middle. Base hit from Dean Miller. And Dino is aboard with nobody gone. Vinny Bologna comes up. Bologna struck out in a swinging variety his first time up. Bologna on the season made his debut about a week and a half ago in the first game in Great Falls of the series between the Voyagers and the Range Riders. As that one's cracked, a chance for 2. Flip for 1, the throw. It was so quick and right to Watley that no chance for Miller to try and get anywhere. And Vinny Bologna barely even gotten out of the batter's box by that one. By the time that one got to the first baseman, Newman, for a 6-4-3 double play. I didn't take a certain note of if Watley was shifted at all, but seems like he was in pretty good position to snag that one, as it wasn't right up the middle, but it did have a fairly up the middle feel to it. Foul ball there to start off the at-bat for Austin McNicholas. Already mentioned he has the 2 RBI triple. That gave the Range Riders a lead in the bottom of the first. 0-1 coming in now. That will foul the other way over to what in the future will be a souvenir-worthy ball. But for now, without the Rocks area of general admission open, it is just a ball for somebody in the Paddleheads dugout to go get. The first foul ball went into the Glacier Range Riders dugout and right past Nick Hogan, the head man for the Range Riders. That one in the dirt. Count is now 1-2. It's a beautiful day here, 70 degrees and cloudy. Beautiful week for baseball, with the exception of the Tuesday night game, which was, of course, the first ever game in Flathead Field. Rain and cold, but since then it's just gotten better. Perfect weather for baseball today, as that was a perfect pitch to get the swinging strike from Austin McNicholas. A leadoff single by Dino is erased on a double play, and a strikeout ends the frame. Zachary Smith thrown 50 pitches, but he still trails 4-2 the Paddleheads and the Range Riders. Top of the fourth inning here. It's 4-2. The Glacier Range Riders lead the Missoula Paddleheads. Logan Van Wy out for his fourth inning of work. And he starts it off with a called strike there. Really only a few pitches behind Smith, who did get touched up in that first frame, but since has been really stellar. And his defense has helped him out as well. This one's a knuckleball to right field. It's going to fall for a base hit as Bologna took a couple steps back and then had to fly forward but didn't have enough time to get to that one. Base hit by Lamar Sparks has him aboard with nobody out. This was the exact same combination now that we see up here that combined for the lone scoring play of the game for the Missoula Paddleheads. Lamar Sparks reached, Jason Newman reached a ball all the way over the outfield wall for a 2-run slam. And he wanted to go yard again with that one, a big swing and a miss from the first baseman. Jason Newman, I already mentioned his numbers, 389 and 7 home runs on the year. And that is very good in considering usually you see with top home run guys high strikeout numbers. That one misses up and in, but a very good eye from Jason Newman. Only 8 Ks. Most of his teammates are in double figures in the strikeout category, but not Newman. Stellar player and a well-loved player in Zootown. That one swung on and missed. Counts now 1-2, no outs. I already mentioned when we started this broadcast off, the Paddleheads are a fresh brand, but the team has been around for a while. They used to be the Missoula Osprey, but they rebranded a few years ago, and their first year as the Missoula Paddleheads was the first year of unaffiliated partner league ball in the Pioneer League, and worked out pretty well for them. They went all the way, dominated, trounced through the competition for a lot of it, and won the PBL. Sparks is going, a check swing, called strike 3, strike him out, throw him out. It is not, as we're just going to get a pickle, as Lamar Sparks went for third because I think he thought the ball went by. So that one is, hey, strike him out, pickle him out, then throw him out. Call it 2-6-5-6. I believe, for the put-out part of it. And it was a called strike, even though we got a check swing from Newman. I think he knew that Sparks had a good jump and didn't want to flunk him out of a possibility. But, of course, right when I talk about Newman's eye at the plate, there he strikes out for the 9th time this year. That one swung on, foul ball. Count will be 1-1. Again, a strikeout looking. Actually, that was Ryan Cass that applied that final tag. So it'll be a 2-6. I think Ryan Cash actually had the initial play. As we get a strike 3 swinging there. So facing the minimum is Logan Van Wy. The pickle and great defense helps him out. A solid inning to deal with the 3-4-5 batters. It's still 4-2. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Justin Mazzone will be the man to lead off the bottom of the fourth after we do a hat shuffle on the board there. That one's always good to try and see if you can keep your eye on the hat that has a ball under it. I have got that correct every single time that I've ever been to a game where that has happened, and that's what everybody will pretty much always claim. Speaking of being 100%, the man at the plate, Justin Mazzone, in his professional career, 1-for-1 with an infield RBI single, 1,000 for him, and maybe he'll give me a chance to talk about him a little bit more. At least we'll get through 2 pitches. The first one is a ball outside. Count is 1-0 for Justin Mazzone. Spent 4 years at Division I Seattle University. Was a really successful player there. A 4-year player for the Redbirds. As this one is up the chimney, and it should stay in play. Trying to locate it is the catcher, Davis, but Newman comes in all the way from first. So now the professional career batting average goes down to 500 for the rookie Mazzone. And now Ryan Cash steps up. He's 1-for-1 after slapping a single into right field. For Ryan Cash, got to apologize to the Cash family that is watching down in Plano, Texas, not Oglethorpe, Georgia. Don't know if I saw that somewhere and got confused or if I just put that in the roster wrong, but that is 100% my fault that I was calling him an Oglethorpe, Georgia native for the homestand as well as on the roster that was given to the away broadcasters. He's from Plano, Texas, and it makes a lot of sense when you start to learn about Ryan Cash because, of course, he was an incredibly successful baseball player, but everybody knows about high school football in Texas, and Ryan Cash was a dang good football player as well. He was a quarterback in high school, and his numbers are pretty dang eye-popping. Get to them in a second. After the 1-1 with 1 out comes in, fouled off by Cash. Zachary Smith, the starting pitcher for Paddleheads, have thrown 55 pitches. For Cash, threw for 4,837 yards and 47 touchdowns as a senior. Not in his career, as a senior at Prestonwood. And he led them to a state title there. That one is going to lead into the glove of the shortstop, Watley, who will not be able to field it cleanly. Should go down as an E6. I don't think it would have taken... I don't think that was an extraordinary effort play from Watley. So the E6 gets Cash aboard. He's reached both times today. I'll try and see if that does light up the error column on the scoreboard. But Brant Broussard comes in. Broussard 0-for-1 today. Finished off the bottom of the first with a strikeout. Cash is running on the first pitch. The throw is safe. Not in time to get the speedy Cash at second base, and a runner in scoring position as one of the most aggressive base running teams in the PBL nabs another base. We've seen 2 successful stolen bases today. That puts the number at 44 successful swiped bags on the season for the Glacier Range Riders. Cash is one of those weapons. Brant Broussard is another one. We get a step off of the rubber by the pitcher, Zachary Smith. And a big thing that does there is a team that's grounded into a fair amount of double plays in the Range Riders. It erases the chance of at least a fairly orthodox double play. Broussard watches that one go by for a strike. In his career, Ryan Cash had 11,307 passing yards and 122 touchdowns. That was a mark that left him at the number 7 ranking all time in Texas high school history. That is unbelievable considering he went to Oklahoma State and became a member of the baseball team there. I'm sure it wasn't only baseball coaches knocking at his door. That one swung on, hit to second, fielded by Thompson. The throw over to first is in time. Cash will advance on the ground out by Brant Broussard. We flip over the lineup card to another speedster in Ben McConnell. McConnell 0 for 1, but he did score the first run of the game for the Range Riders after walking and stealing second in the bottom of the first. Scored on the Dean Miller RBI double that broke the goose egg for the home Glacier squad. Now has a chance to get an RBI under his belt with Cash at third. Swinging on the first pitch, it is an RBI single from Ben McConnell, and a Texas native brings home a fellow Texas native. As the score just got a little bigger in the way that everything's bigger in Texas. It's now 5-2 in favor of the Glacier Range Riders. I apologize. I was looking for something there, kind of Texas. I'll go back to the drawing board with that one. As we get Sam Linscott to step in there and see a called strike. From Texas to Washington. Just like Justin Mazzone, the catcher today, a Lewis and Clark State Warrior that finished his season. And we get another stolen base attempt. The throw will be not in time. A stolen bag. And the pitch was a ball. The third stolen base of the game by the Glacier Range Riders. And right now, Davis behind the plate. It doesn't seem like he's lacking. It just seems like the Glacier Range Riders are picking their spots really well. 1-1 is the count. 2 outs, bottom of the fourth. That one's in the dirt, going to get away. McConnell's going to be able to advance to third on the wild pitch. This Lewis and Clark College, which is a Division III school in Portland, and there's Lewis Clark State, which is an NAIA school in Lewistown, Idaho. And they're very similar, and sometimes I'll slip up, but just in general, I don't think we have any plans to bring any Lewis and Clark players to the Glacier Range Riders. So if you hear me say Lewis and Clark in any reference to a school, then I'm referencing the NAIA version that Mazzone and Linscott played for. They reached all the way to the national championship game in the NAIA. That one swung on foul. Count's going to go to 3-2. Payoff pitch coming with 2 outs and a runner on third. 5-2 is our score here in the bottom of the fourth inning of play at Flathead Field. But Lewis and Clark, they reached all the way to the national championship game where they eventually lost to Southeastern, which is in Florida. A lot of very successful NAIA powerhouses. That's something Nick Hogan really looked for when assembling this team. Late swing there, but gets to it. A chance to maybe beat out an infield hit, and he will beat it out. The throw was a little high, and that was the deciding factor for the first base umpire. He said Newman was off the bag, but that one was really all speed from Linscott, and I believe it'll go down as an infield hit for the Glacier outfielder. Now the DH Brody Wofford in. Drew a walk and later scored his first time up, grounded out his most recent time. 6-2 in favor of the Glacier Range Riders, as they are right now putting a decent offensive clinic on a really good starting pitcher, as Wofford was looking to go a yard on that one. Healthy swing and a miss. Not just a really good starting pitcher, but a really successful franchise in the PBL in the Missoula Paddleheads. 0-1 coming in now. Big secondary lead from the man at first, Linscott. You saw his speed when he legged out that RBI infield single, and I'm sure he's another Glacier Range Rider that, despite wearing red, probably has the green light tonight. He is going, and it's a great jump from Lynn Scott. Safe at second. Another one that is just a little bit too late to get the runner, and this is it's an offensive clinic, but it is a base running clinic that is really doing it, and a speed clinic. Nick Hogan looking for those NAIA guys that maybe got looked over here or there. And, I mean, you know, there are NAIA guys and guys like Mazzone that played D1 for 4 years. That one swung on, foul ball, hits off the catcher. Davis counts 2-2, 2 outs, runner on second. But, man, if you can put the ball in play and you got decent wheels, you're going to give yourself a chance. And that is when the Range Riders have been successful. That has been a big part of the reason why, is because they can frustrate defenses with the stolen bases and the infield hits. 6-2 they lead here in the bottom of the fourth. This contest is by no means over. Anything can happen in Pioneer League baseball. 2-2, 2 outs coming into Brody Wofford. He's ready at the plate. A long stare to second and the pitch. Watches that one go low with a buckle of the knees, does Brody Wofford. Wofford, on the other hand, he is not the speedster player. He is the cog that you want to have in your middle lineup with some pop. 4 home runs on the year for Brody Wofford. A 3-2, 2-out pitch coming in now. Swung on and missed by Wofford, unable to come off the field with something, but it is 2 runs on 2 hits and 1 error for the Glacier Range Riders. They lead 6-2 now as we head to the top of the 5th. Logan Van Wy out for his 5th inning of work. The first pitch is fouled off by Keaton Greenwalt. 0-1 is the count for Greenwalt, the center fielder, who was 0 for 1 today after he had a solid hit, but it was caught out in left center field. That one is another solid hit, and that one's going to get down in the right center gap. A leadoff single by the Missoula Paddleheads puts a runner on first with no outs. So great to have you here for us. It's a beautiful Friday night for baseball here in the Flathead Valley. The 4th ever game at Flathead Field, and the first battle, not just at Flathead Field, but ever between the Missoula Paddleheads and the Glacier Range Riders. This one is a high pop-up. Ryan Cash locks in on it, backing up, backing up, backing up. And the former high school quarterback has to play more cornerback there with the back pedal, and he does that just fine for out number 1. Greenwald still on first. Brenton Digvis comes up, the catcher who grounded out to second base in his first time up. 6-2 is our score here with a runner on first. Thank you to all 110 who are joining us for this broadcast. Live only on the Glacier Range Riders YouTube channel. 1-0, one out. The pitch is away for 2-0. Van Y is at 62 pitches. I already mentioned he's been an absolute warrior throughout his career. Playing 5 seasons of college ball. So that one will miss now, 3-0. Ball is in danger of putting a runner in scoring position with a walk. Played 5 years of college ball and 4 years of summer ball. That is a lot, especially for a pitcher. And that one will miss off the plate. A couple of those missed by a lot. A couple of them missed by a little, but all of them missed the strike zone. A 4-pitch walk puts Davis on first, Greenwald on second, and Jared Akins, the number 9 batter, up at the plate, who grounded out to third base. Akins has some speed, and despite being the second highest batting average on the team, batting in the 9 spot, batting .400 coming in. And the first pitch is swung on and blooped foul and into the glove of the third baseman, Brant Broussard, who scampers over right at the fringe of the line that designates the third base coach's box there. That is right about where he caught it, and just a bloop little foul ball. But Broussard mentioned how the speed has helped on offense, but it helps on defense as well. Broussard made that look like an easy little jog over to get out number 2. Greenwald still in scoring position at second. Davis at first. Kevin Watley, the leadoff man, who's 0 for 2 today, will step in for the third time. Van Way fires that one right down Main Street. Called strike here. 0-1, 2 outs, 2 on, 6-2 here in the top of the 5th inning. Great Friday night crowd here. A lot of people, especially in the 4 sections right behind home plate that you get. I mean, to see really good ball for a really good price. And speaking of a really good ball, that one's hit off the wall in right field. Going to score 1. Should score 2 as well. A stand-up 2 RBI double. The deficit is cut in half. It goes from 6-2 to 6-4, just like that. A great swing from Watley. Scores Greenwald and Davis. And this game is back within 2. Cameron Thompson, like Watley, unsuccessful on his first 2 at-bats, trying to mimic what Watley did on his third, though, and possibly bring home a run on this one. He represents a possible tying run as Cash, the second baseman, shifts over to shallow right field, right at the edge of the grass, and a big swing and a miss to start off the at-bat from Cameron Thompson. Oh, 1 now, 2 outs. Just misses. A Glacier crowd that was given a little grace to the home plate umpire when it was 4 runs. Not letting him get away with that one without a few disagreements of the verbal kind from the crowd. 1-1, 2 outs. As a Let's Go Riders chant breaks out, and that one misses low. 2-1 now. Speedy Cameron Watley on second. Of course, we'll have a decent chance to score running on contact with 2 outs. Top of the 5th here. It is 6-4 in favor of the hosts in this first ever clash between Missoula and Glacier. That one will miss as well. And you can tell by how hard Mazzone is trying to frame it, by what he thinks as the catcher. Of course, he is quite biased. 3-1, 2 outs coming in. Lamar Sparks sits on deck if we get there. That one is unfurled. Maybe a chance to stay in play. It's right at the screen, and it's over the screen. And a souvenir for a person sitting in front row. That's how close that was to staying in play. Mazzone just a foot away. He definitely would have been able to reach his glove over the concrete wall behind home if there wasn't a screen there and make that grab possibly. But instead, we'll do a 3-2 pitch with 2 outs, runner on second. Fires it in. This one is dribbled over to first. Miller fields it, and Miller touches first for out number 3. But it's 2 that come across on the 2 RBI double by Watley. It's 4-6. The Paddleheads trail. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Alrighty then. Hi folks, welcome back to Flathead Field, and for the second time in 4 games here at Flathead Field, the Okay, so we just got the announcement over the PA from our voice of the in-stadium voice of the Glacier Range Riders, Tony Hernandez. And Tony has informed us that we are in a lightning delay. It is one of those moments where I don't know who tracks it, whether it's the umpires or whether it's the clubbies or the coaches or somebody else, but it is definitely bringing in a kind of fizzling feel to the stadium that we have been put into a 30-minute lightning delay. I believe the rule is, I know at least what it is at the college level, and I assume it's similar in terms of playing with lightning around. If the radar detects lightning within 10 miles, it's somewhere around 10 miles, of the field of play, then there has to be 30 minutes from the last lightning strike. I was very confused because on Tuesday night, when the rain seemed to be coming down the same all day, and it was pretty steady, almost on the side of heavy rain, when that happened, it was a situation where after the 6th inning, it was kind of like that. It was a conversation with both the coaches, and then the umpires walked off the field. That was a lot more confusion than what happened there, where the press box got the message pretty quickly, but nonetheless, it is 6-4 here in the 5th inning, and we are currently in a lightning delay. I will keep you updated. It's going to be at least 30 minutes. It is 8:25 Mountain Time right now. I know we have family and friends joining in on the East Coast, so I apologize because it's probably a late night already staying up to watch your son or friend play here out in the Pioneer League. Well, your night might be a little bit later if we get this ball game back underway. It's a 30-minute lightning delay starting, let's call it closer to 8:20. I will have a update for you at 8:50 or before. It is 6-4. If you're looking to see Dean Miller, Vinny Bologna, and Austin McNicholas bat in the bottom of the 5th, that will not be happening until the lightning delay is done. But those will be the three that will lead it off. Most likely the starting pitchers will be done, but we'll figure that all out when and if we get there to continue this contest. These two teams do play tomorrow and Sunday, so that is an option as well. But right now, I have not seen a lightning strike, but the presence and the possibility of lightning has put us into a 30-minute delay. Keep us on, just like you might have done on Tuesday if you're watching the Range Riders then. Keep us on. I'll put myself on mute, and when my mic comes back on, I'll have some sort of update for you. You're listening and watching a lightning delay of Glacier Range Riders baseball only on YouTube. Welcome back, folks. Sorry for the hour delay that we just about had. 9:20 we went into the weather delay, and we have been in such, not a rain delay to be clear, it is a delay of the lightning variety because, of course, in full announcer's jinx format, I would say so many times on opening night, whether, through answering people's questions on social media or saying on the broadcast, the only thing that'll really be able to stick a game out is heavy rain and the problem tonight, lightning. I didn't see it anywhere in my view, but brought up the radar afterwards and actually saw a couple flashes over my head and behind me, essentially where I'm situated, where the camera's situated, to the direct west of the stadium. That's where the lightning was and is no longer. As you can see, players making their way back onto the field, getting some warm-ups in. It is a unique situation for anybody, batters, defenders, but also the pitchers. That's going to be a big question. How do you approach this as what we expect new pitcher coming in? That's going to be a big question going forward, and we'll see who comes on the mound for the Missoula Paddleheads. We kind of break down what has happened so far in this contest. What you're going to see first is Dean Miller leading off against either Zachary Smith or a new pitcher. Vinny Bologna and Austin McNicholas are also guaranteed an at-bat. Let's go back to the first inning, though. It was Missoula that struck first. They hit a 2-run home run off the bat of Jason Newman to start the first inning, but the Range Riders answered with a pretty good response. Dean Miller doubled a line drive off the center field wall. He scored McConnell, and Wofford got to third on that. Wofford was later brought home as well as Dean Miller on a 2 RBI triple from Austin McNicholas. That made it 3-2 in favor of the Range Riders. And then Missoula fell 1 run further behind after a first-ever career hit by Justin Mazzone led to the scoring of Austin McNicholas. 1-2-3 inning in the top of the second. And then we actually cruised for a little while with 3 straight 1-2-3 half innings before then another facing of the minimum in the bottom of the third when it was a single, a double play, and a strikeout. And then another single, throw out on the base paths, strikeout. We were cruising for a while there before the Range Riders added to their 4-2 lead. They made it 5-2 after Ben McConnell got an RBI single that scored Ryan Cash. And right after that, Sam Linscott singled actually had an infield single, I believe that was, and scored Ben McConnell from third. He just legged it out. That is where we were at 6-2 before a 2 RBI double by Kevin Watley made it 6-4 in the top of the fifth. A ground out ended the frame, and that is when the umpires told the unfortunate news that the radar had detected lightning within 10 miles. It was about 6 miles away when they detected it. It seemed like it got a little bit closer, maybe heard some rumblings of thunder, but I'll tell you what, you got to give a huge tip of your cap to the Glacier Range Riders fans here on Friday night. If you call the capacity that we had when the lightning delay started 100%, I'd say it's at least 80% of those people here are still here trying to stick this one through. It's Friday night. The bedtimes are a little bit later, and it's still light out in Montana as we get closer and closer to the summer solstice. Again, 6-4 here in the bottom of the fifth. I just believe we had the wrong score there for that whole break. Sorry for the Range Riders fans. I just realized the lead is not 4, it's 2. But we'll be back in action in just a few minutes here. Play slated to restart at 9:21. Looks like the umpires still want to have a meeting with both managers and figure it out. Nick Hogan's actually talking with Michael Schlacht over there on the third baseline in front of the Missoula Paddleheads dugout. Trying to figure out how do you restart play after this. Both teams, have pitchers warming up in the bullpen. So you can assume that both teams will bring in new batters as Van Wy and Zach Smith's day are seemingly done. We're going to take a few minutes to recollect ourselves and get ready for the bottom of the fifth inning. We're only halfway through this ball game. It's 6-4 in favor of the Glacier Range Riders over the Missoula Paddleheads. The first ever matchup between these two ever, and the first ever trip for the Missoula Paddleheads to the beautiful Flathead Field. We'll be right back. You're watching the Paddleheads and the Range Riders on YouTube. Fans, just another update. For those who may have just tuned in, we are still waiting for the game to resume after an hour-long lightning delay here at Flathead Field. Looks like we might have a re-meeting at the managers at home plate, but we're still waiting for that to happen. Both teams exited during the lightning delay. They went to the clubhouse out through the trap door in foul territory down the right field line. Temporary clubhouse is for now, but it will soon be, state-of-the-art clubhouses. And I'll tell you what, the players for the Glacier Range Riders are really going to enjoy the digs that they have set up whenever the clubhouse is complete, as well as the coaches will enjoy it too, because it will be complete with all sorts of data analytics hub and everything like that. Absolutely state-of-the-art from top to bottom this new Flathead Field is. We are going to have a meeting between Nick Hogan and Michael Schlacht. No, maybe. Now, looks like it. And it's just a quick verbal meeting, not as long as the usual one. As Nick Hogan also communicating through the walkie-talkie, and we're going to be underway in just a few moments here. The Missoula Paddleheads defense has taken the field. They will. That's awesome. As the PA announcer Tony Hernandez says, we're playing ball, and the fans that have stuck it through, like I said, a good majority of these Flathead Field fans, quite literally weathering the storm. Only a little sprinkle of rain that sent a lot of them out of their seats and up to the concourse, but since then, they have just been waiting for play to resume with their Glacier Range Riders up 2 on the defending champions. We're going to take a quick break, and then we will be right back for the bottom of the 5th. We are about to get back underway. The weather delay started at right around 8:20 p.m. It is now 9:27 p.m. Mountain Time. And for those fans on the East Coast, it's getting close to midnight. So we thank those that are still tuning in from the Eastern time zone for sticking with us. Hopefully you can at least watch a little bit longer. But we are back underway as the pitch misses high. Sam Hellinger, our new pitcher for the Missoula Paddleheads. 1-0 count, no outs to Dean Miller, who has an RBI double. He's 2 for 2 today. 1-0 coming in. Big swing and a miss from Miller, who now sees a 1-1 with no outs. He hit a home run last night, the second range rider to hit a home run at this facility, the first being Livingston Morris, who gets the night off. That one will miss low, gets by the catcher. Count goes to 2-1. Sam Hellinger has been all over the place, but mostly concentrated in the Pacific Northwest. He's originally from Seattle, Washington. Played his college ball at Gonzaga University. 3-1 now after that one misses outside. Played a summer in the West Coast League with the Bellingham Bells as well, before being drafted by the Mariners and playing 2 seasons of minor league baseball in the farm system for Seattle. Foul ball, 3-2, no outs here, bases empty. Leadoff batter in the bottom of the 5th inning in this 6-4 ball game. Sam Hellinger will throw his 6th pitch after coming on to relieve Smith after the lightning delay. Swing and a miss from Miller, so Hellinger is off to a strong start, a 6-pitch strikeout. With a journey for Hellinger. I mentioned he was drafted by the Mariners, and I mistakenly said he spent time in the Mariners system. He did not actually spend any time in the Mariners system. First with the Rangers system, that's where he spent 2019, before spending 2021, as that one's a strike to Vinny Bologna. Spent 2021 in the Reds minor league system with Dayton and Daytona. And this season has brought him to Missoula. Pitch misses high to Vinny Bologna. 0 for 2 today is Vinny Bologna. Struck out swinging, as well as a ground out into a double play. 1-1 count, 1 out. Bottom of the 5th here. Nobody on. Bologna wiggled out of the way of that one, but it looped into the strike zone. Called that way by the home plate umpire. 1-2 now with 1 out. Hellinger kicks, fires, swung on and missed, and Bologna knocks himself off balance on that one, swinging so hard. But it goes down as a strikeout, and Hellinger has 2 up and 2 down on the K. Last year, the mark for Hellinger, split between Dayton and Daytona, 63 strikeouts to 28 walks, a 3-3 record, and a 5.48 ERA. First pitch coming to Austin McNicholas, who had a 2 RBI triple. First pitch will miss to the Austin native named Austin. 1-0 with 2 outs now. That one will hit the zone, called strike. Evens up the count at 1-1. Before we end the inning, Sam Hellinger has got the first 2 out. We'll say the final line for Zach Smith. Swing and a miss there, 1-2. I'll try and get it all in before the next pitch because that could end the frame with Sam Hellinger striking out the side. Smith, 4 innings pitched, 7 hits, 6 runs, all 6 earned because that cash error that I thought was actually called a hit by our official scorer. And as that one misses, the count goes to 2-2 with 2 outs. It was 4 strikeouts and 2 walks for Zach Smith in his first start as a Paddlehead. Ooh, not getting the call there is Hellinger. His catcher, Davis, thought that was going to be called strike 3. He took a few steps toward the dugout and has to flip it back to his pitcher for a 3-2, 2-out pitch here in the bottom of the 5th. McNicholas readies for the pitch. Hellinger steps, kicks, and fires. Swung on, foul ball. Let's do it again. Hellinger still could go 1-2-3 and strike out the side, but he's thrown 16 pitches to do so. McNicholas trying to make him work a little bit harder. 3-2. Missed the strike zone. And after the 2-2 pitch didn't go his and Davis's way, Hellinger is surely not happy that that one didn't get called his way. Justin Mazzone, his first ever career professional at-bat resulted in an infield single and an RBI for the young man that will now face off against a pitcher who is from the town that he spent most of his college years. Seattle University graduate versus Seattle native. Runners going, it's hit right to right field, and it's collected there by Lamar Sparks. He didn't have to move much, and it's lucky for the Paddleheads that he didn't, because that one, if it gets down in the outfield, has extra bases written all over it. But it's nothing for the Glacier Range Riders. We're back after an hour weather delay. Let's finish this ball game. We head to the 6th. It's 6-4. We have a Range Rider debut. It's number 21, Dawson Day, that steps out on the mound. We've already talked plenty about Lewis Clark State and Dawson Day. Well, he's a former Warrior as well. That brings a winning culture from Lewistown, Idaho to the Glacier Range Riders, and he will be pitching with the man who caught a lot of his pitches in the last collegiate season. Called strike there from against Lamar Sparks from Dawson Day. There was an extended pause there in between those innings, and it allowed the home crowd to sing a little bit more of the songs that were played. This one's hit out to right field. Charging back is Vinny Bologna. Bologna gets to the edge of the warning track and collects it right in front of the Western Building Company sign out there in right field. Out number 1 here in the top of the 6th is a fly out to Bologna. Jason Newman, a man that can, with one swing of the bat, cut this deficit in half. We already saw him give a 2-0 lead to the Missoula Paddleheads in the top of the first inning. Built just as much like an offensive lineman as he is a baseball player. Sees the first pitch go up and away. Count is 1-0. Newman played 6 years at Cal State Northridge, taking advantage of all the COVID years that he was given. That one will miss inside. Just off the shoelaces. Counts now 2-0 with 1 out, bases empty, top of the 6th here. The new pitcher, Dawson Day, I'll tell you a little bit more about him. This is a professional debut for him as he gets that foul ball that doinks off the top of the upper concourse suite level area here and rattles into the bowl for a souvenir for whichever fan was lucky enough to see that one bounce off the woodwork and get the rebound. 2-1 misses as Dawson Day is not trying to give anything easy to Jason Newman, the first baseman today. 1 for 2 with that 2-run homer. 3-1, 1 out coming in. Misses off the plate. And you can probably hear some of the disagreements here as we get some rain coming down. And quickly the fans are going to make their way up. The concourse is covered here at Flathead Field. So in the opener on Tuesday that rained the entire game, most of the fans just stayed up there. As that one will miss, count goes to 1-0. There's nice kind of counter top area on the top row that you're out of the rain and you can still put your drink down, have a good old time. That one is a high fly ball hit out. McNicholas and Cash going for it. McNicholas calls him off, and a pop out to the shortstop is out number 2 here. The runner on first is still Jason Newman. Dawson Day just 9 pitches into his professional career. He's got 2 retired. He does have a walk, and now he sees Keaton Greenwalt for the first time. Greenwalt singled in his first time up. Dawson Day's been a journeyman in his college career. Started, actually, with Mazzone, playing at Seattle University before he switched up, went to the Mountain West Conference, played for the Boise State Broncos before going back to the WAC where the Seattle Redbirds play, and then played for Utah Valley State University. That one's a called strike. Counts 1-1, 2 outs, runners on first. He also played summer ball in the West Coast League with the Wenatchee Apple Sox in Central Washington. As this one's fouled back. And he, in 2020, in the COVID year, or the COVID summer that was 2020, he played with the pop-up team, the Bismarck Bull Moose, that were created by the Bismarck Larks as kind of an intra-city throughout the summer play. And that's swung on and missed. And a big strikeout there. The first strikeout of the professional career of Dawson Day. The southpaw gets through the first inning of his career scoreless. We head to the bottom of the sixth, still 6-4 in favor of the Glacier Range Riders. Back here in the bottom of the sixth inning at beautiful Flathead Field. We'd like to remind you, fans, you can be a part of the Range Riders. We want you to join our team. Great game night jobs in game entertainment, concessions, and more are still available here at Flathead Field. Visit GoRangeRiders.com for more information. Stop by guest services when you come to a game. Ask about getting a job here with the Range Riders. I can tell you, as somebody who works for the Range Riders, it has been exhausting, but it's the most rewarding energy that you'll ever put out. It is incredible to start a team from scratch. There was no ballpark here before. The ballpark that the American Legion teams, the Kalispell Lakers and the Glacier Twins play at, do not meet capacity requirements for the PBL. So a ballpark needed to be created, and that it was in just 10 months' time, less than that, from the day that the team was announced. This stadium was finished and is now hosting fans, and it's hosting a Ryan Cash single on that at-bat. He's aboard, and after the single that I thought mistakenly was an error, I thought would be scored an error, it gets scored as a hit, and so does that. He's 3 for 3 today, is Ryan Cash. Cash, man, he has days when he is just an absolute machine in getting on base. And I said a couple games ago, usually at least the Great Falls series, as that one is swung on, the home plate umpire said that Brant Broussard went far enough, 0-1 now to Broussard, no outs here, bottom of the sixth. Ryan Cash in that Great Falls series, he had one game on, one game off. One game where he's 5 for 6 or 4 for 5. Next game maybe 1 for 4, as pickoff attempts not going to even have a tag applied. A fake throw there as Ryan Cash. Everything he does, I'm going to relate it to the fact that he was a quarterback, but that is a textbook play that shows a lot of his IQ. Brant Broussard drops down a bunt. It'll be fairly difficult, and the throw will be in time at first base. It works out as a sacrifice bunt, almost a bunt for hit from Brant Broussard. Cash advances to scoring position with 1 out. That was a great bunt put down the third baseline, but a good job by Hellinger to field his position and go down, get that one, and put the throw on. If that was a lefty pitcher on the mound, that one would have been really difficult. Now it's Ben McConnell, leadoff man. He's already got an RBI today. And we'll see that pitch go off the zone. Count is 1-0. 1 out. He walked and scored his first time up, singled on a ground ball up the middle in his most recent trip. And the run he brought home was in the form of Ryan Cash. Foul ball right up and over the press box here and into the parking lot. Foul ball makes it 1-1. 1 out, runner on second is Ryan Cash. Jason Newman tried to fool him on the pump fake throw back to the pitcher after a pickoff attempt. Cash not fooled by it, and is crucial now because he is advanced in the scoring position on the sack bunt. 1-1 coming in from Hellinger. And called a strike on the inside of the zone. McConnell doesn't like it, but we play on. I was just mentioning the quickness in which this stadium was built. I actually learned yesterday that Ben McConnell, if I have my details right, he was on the construction crew helping build the stadium, which is, after a foul ball there, keeps the count at 1-2. A lot of these guys, you got to have some sort of job in the off season. If they're graduating straight out of college, of course, they're doing that, and then they come straight into the professional ranks here. But McConnell played indie ball last year in the USBL, and as that one's a called strike and a successful steal of third by Ryan Cash. He might be a little bit dinged up. He came in there hard. It is not a strike him out, throw him out. It's a strike him out and a successful steal of third base by Ryan Cash, who has done it all tonight. Solid at defense at second base, and 3 for 3 and a couple swiped bags ain't a bad stat line either. Hellinger has 2 outs but a runner on third, and Sam Linscott, who's 1 for 3 today, stepping up to the plate. Linscott looked at the first one in the strike zone. Hellinger really filling up the black right now. 6-4 here, bottom of the 6th. The Range Riders lead the Missoula Paddleheads. Ryan Cash stands on third. 0-1 count with 2 outs coming in to Linscott. That one's going to get by, and the speed of Cash will score Cash. He comes sliding into home. And the former, I'm going to say it again, the former record-setting high school quarterback from Plano, Texas, puts a touchdown on the board. It's now 7-4 in favor of the Glacier Range Riders. The wild pitch makes the count 1-1. Misses high there to Linscott. No easy RBI opportunity for the center fielder for the Range Riders now. Only way he can get an RBI in this at-bat is to put one out of the fence for a homer. 2-1. Swung on. That one's not going to go over the fence, but it'll get all the way into left field. A base hit from Sam Linscott with 2 outs puts him aboard on first. He's now 2 for 4 today. Brody Wofford stepping in, a walk, and later scored. 0 for 2 other than that. Ground out and a strikeout swinging for the number 3 batter. Sam Hellinger, a good name for somebody that plays baseball in the town at the mouth of the Hellgate Canyon. The final checkpoint feature, whatever, when you are coming into Missoula from the east. 1-0 is the count with 2 outs. Swung on, just touched the bat. Foul ball makes it 1-1. Linscott over at first. The Glacier Range Riders are a very run on the base paths type team, but today it has been another level for them. They have not been caught, and they've stolen 5 successfully. Linscott has gotten one of those. The pickoff attempt not in time. He is safe over at first. Clearly, Newman right now realizing that the speed is just too much when the runners get running, so maybe try some other tricks to see if we can get these guys off the base paths. Big swing and a miss from Brody Wofford, who brings the power in this Glacier Range Riders offense. Dean Miller right behind him. Has a couple stolen bags under his belt, but clearly he has some pop as well. 1-2, 2 outs, runner on first. Is going. Swung on, fouled back. Linscott got a good jump, but he's going to have to make that walk of shame back to first base. Hellinger, 35 pitches thrown. 7-4 is the score here. The Glacier Range Riders lead the Missoula Paddleheads. Bottom of the 6th inning. That pitch will miss, 2-2. It was Brody Wofford that really got to the Paddlehead starting pitcher Smith early when he forced, I believe, an 8 or 9 pitch at bat and was able to get that walk. And you could tell that maybe rattled Smith a little bit. That was the second walk of the inning, and then the hits started happening for the Glacier Range Riders. Another pickoff attempt over at first. Newman doesn't even apply the tag, and he does throw back to the pitcher. No tricks to play there from Jason Newman, wearing the number 55 jersey, playing first base in the nice black jerseys that they're wearing on the road here. Runners going. It misses inside, and no throw from the catcher. The 6th stolen base of the game by the Glacier Range Riders is another successful one, and it puts Linscott in scoring position. A 3-2, 2-out pitch coming to Brody Wofford. Hellinger glances back, fires away, swung on up the middle to short. The throw is on target and in time. Newman had to reach down a little bit low to snag it, but the high degree of difficulty did not faze him. One comes across on the wild pitch that scores Ryan Cash. It's now 7-4 as we head to the 7th inning of play. The new pitcher for the Glacier Range Riders is number 3, Tanner Solomon, a guy who has been pitching really, really well in his rookie professional season. We'll talk about him in a moment, but first we'll give you the final line on the replacement pitcher for the Glacier Range Riders, who threw 1 inning today. Dawson Day, his professional debut, goes scoreless, does not allow a hit, struck out 1, walked 1. And that's all she wrote. Never gave you a final line on Van Wy, who is in line for a win if the Glacier Range Riders can close this out without surrendering the lead. He threw 5 innings, had 5 hits against him, 4 runs, all earned, 5 Ks, and 1 walk. The first pitch into Tanner Solomon is a ball. The first pitch in from Tanner Solomon is a ball. Count is 1-0. That one is a called strike, now 1-1, and I have to apologize to the Solomon family. That one swung on, fouled out of play. Unfortunately, the last time Solomon pitched, it collided with the first on-air interview that we had, and Solomon was cooking on the mound and getting through the innings so quick that the conversation that I had with Cody White wasn't even able to really be able to be broken in time, because Tanner Solomon was absolutely lights out in that outing. On the season for Solomon, 4.70 ERA. That's the 4th lowest on the team. He has 3 appearances, 7 2/3 total. And that's a strikeout there for Tanner Solomon. Fooled the batter Green, and now we have the number 8 man, Davis, up, who is the catcher for the Missoula Paddleheads today. He's 0 for 1, does have a walk. Called strike there. As a fan in the bowl, called it verbally, and I heard that before I saw the fist of the umpire. So a couple, same guy did that again and did not get the call there. 1-1 is the count, 1 out. Justin Coleman, I don't know why, not Justin Coleman, Tanner Solomon. The names are similar enough where it trips me up. Tanner Solomon, 5'11", native of Phoenix, Arizona, and a graduate just recently of Wayland Baptist University. The thing is, in a position especially where so many people, as a strikeout there, 2 gone, both by way of Ks for Tanner Solomon. Like I was saying, in a in a world of sports in general, and especially pitchers, where height is so overvalued. Not overvalued, it is valued for the right reasons in a lot of respects, but Tanner Solomon clearly overlooked partially because of his height, but he has the numbers and the skill that you're seeing here in the Pioneer League to be a really, really good pitcher, especially out of the pen at this level. He has been a starter for the majority of his career in college. 52 out of 63 appearances were starts for him. And as that one is hit, a perfectly timed jump by Ryan Cash. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Tanner Solomon. Cash finishes it off after 2 strikeouts from Solomon. Start off the inning. The Glacier Range Riders still up by 3. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Flathead Field. Scott Gladstone with you here, bringing you hopefully a whole 9 innings of baseball. We had an hour delay due to lightning, but We are back in action, and Dean Miller is the man that will lead off the bottom of the 7th after a great 7th inning stretch. Halfway to a cycle today is Dean Miller. A single, a double, but the two most difficult to get, triple and a home run, still in need of Miller. Dan Swain is the new pitcher for the Missoula Paddleheads. And that was pretty funny from a fan there, Dean Miller. Somebody just yelled, "It's Miller time." Fans are smarter than me out here. 0-1, no outs. After the called strike to start it off, Dan Swain, wearing the number 41, pitching with his right hand. Check swing there, called strike. The home plate umpire didn't make the signal that said he went, so just called a strike in the zone, apparently. And now an 0-2 about to come in from Swain to Miller. That one not even close, as it'll one hop into the glove of the catcher, Davis. An interesting career it has been for Dan Swain. Start telling you about it after we see this next pitch here, but we'll see what he does with the 1-2 first to Miller. No outs here, bases empty, bottom of the 7th, 7-4. And swung on, that one's fair down the line, bobbled, and then the eventual throw. Newman recovers that like a hockey goalie. He went down and just kept that one in front of him. And when you're on first base, you're that close enough to the bag, you need to tag. All you need to do is keep it in front of you, and you can juggle it long enough for your pitcher to get over there, and Swain covers a 3-1 ground out for out number 1. For Dan Swain, he actually played the majority of his career as an outfielder, going to Siena, playing 4 years in the outfield for the Siena Saints. That one's upstairs and inside for Vinny Bologna, who's 0 for 3 tonight, looking to reach base for the first time. 2 strikeouts and a ground into a double play for Bologna. 1-0 coming. And that one swung on by Bologna, looping into shallow right field. And Lamar Sparks doesn't have the wheels to get to that one before it hits the turf in front of him. And a single by Vinny Bologna, now 1 for 4 tonight after getting his first base knock of the game. Dan Swain, a little bit more about him as he faces Austin McNicholas now. That 2 RBI triple, the highlight of his day thus far. A walk his most recent time up. Through the summer, he also was playing outfield for different summer collegiate leagues, was Dan Swain. He ended up getting drafted by the Arizona Diamondbacks, the 34th round in 2017. Going into the minor league system with the Diamondbacks, playing for the Hillsboro Hops, as well as the rookie Arizona League Diamondbacks team. Then he spent all of 2018 with the Hops up in Oregon. That one's low and in. The first pitch misses. Count is 1-0 with 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. Eventually, in 2019, was put back on the rookie league team in Arizona before being let go by the Diamondbacks. And Missoula picked him up last year, and he had just 2 appearances for what I believe was, actually that was in 2019 when he had 2 appearances for the Osprey. Runner is going, another steal attempt. Could have been a chance to get the runner, but the throw was made from the knees by Davis, the catcher, who is pretty much sick and tired of all the running. And Vinny Bologna puts his name in the stolen base category. He's on second with 1 out. So eventually, it was in 2019. That's when Swain kind of got converted into a pitcher. And that's where he is now as a pitcher in Missoula. He's made 6 appearances this year, an 0-1 record, a 7.50 ERA. Upstairs, count is 3-0. 14 strikeouts to 7 walks this season for the right-hander from Newton, Massachusetts, a suburb of Boston. A place where it is now past midnight. Happy Saturday to any of the Swain family listening out there in Boston. Steal of third is in time, and finally the base running luck / skill runs out for the Glacier Range Riders. It was a walk on 4 pitches, so McNichols now maybe he'll come aboard and try and get a successful stolen base back. Caught stealing 2-5, call it. And now Justin Mazzone, another step up for the recent arrival from Idaho. And he's got a runner on first in McNicholas with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th, 7-4, Mazzone. Swung on, first pitch, and a hit as McNicholas will hold up. That one got to the right fielder, Lamar Sparks, too quickly for McNicholas, even with good wheels, to be able to try and think about going to third. Man, this is a great crowd for past 10 o'clock. You see pretty much the kids trickling out. Don't see a ton of tiny humans out there, but still 1 or 2 that are getting a bedtime extension. I'm sure there was some negotiating with the parents. An 0-0 count here with runners on first and second, 2 outs. First pitch misses high to Ryan Cash, who is 3 for 3 today. And he has these days, he really has, where he has just exploded his batting average. One infield single, a single into left, and a single into right for Cash with McNicholas on second. Could have a chance to score. 1-0 coming into Cash, the switch hitter batting out of the left-handed batter's box. Watch that one go low. I was just mentioning parents and parental extensions of bedtime. Speaking of parents, it is Father's Day on Sunday, and the Missoula Paddleheads and the Glacier Range Riders will be taking each other on yet again. The first day game hosted at Flathead Field. If Father's Day doesn't convince you enough, then maybe making some more history here in this brand new ballpark, maybe that will convince you. And I'm not just talking to Range Rider fans that may be watching the end of this contest from home. Missoula Paddlehead fans, this is a league that obviously doesn't travel well a lot, but this is a pretty short distance. Any Missoula fans that want to come up, they are more than welcome in this ballpark. We want to create a great rivalry between these two teams because it only means success for, of course, the teams involved, but the league as a whole and the future of this ballpark and baseball of the professional level in the Flathead Valley. 3-0, 2 outs, runners on first and second. Green light not on for Ryan Cash. We'll see that one drop into the strike zone. Get me over pitch does exactly that. 3-1 is the count now. 2 outs, 7-4 in the bottom of the 7th here. McNicholas for the Range Riders stands on second. Mazzone sits on first. Mazzone 2 for 4 in his professional debut. 3-1 coming in now to Ryan Cash. Swung on, late swing there, and it's over across the protection in front of the Range Riders dugout. Now a 3-2 with 2 outs. That means runners will be going on the pitch. Cash, 3 for 3 today. Can he keep it alive? Steps off. Does the pitcher Swain? He knows that the runners will be running on the first pitch, and it's something funny. I'm surprised we don't see more of that in these situations when you know the runner is running, trying to see if you can get them, catch them cheating a little bit. As the runners do go, and it misses. Ball 4 on a gritty at-bat from Ryan Cash. Loads the bases for the number 9 batter, Brant Broussard. Broussard 0 for 2 today. He did have a sacrifice bunt the last time up that he almost laid out for a bunt single. We're going to have a conversation. Nobody warming up in the Paddleheads bullpen, and they started the game with all their bullpen arms hanging out down there by the bullpen, but I don't know if it got cold or if the rain was too much for the Paddleheads, but they have all retreated from the bullpen area that is uncovered and are now all hanging under the coverage in the dugout for the Paddleheads. This conversation is the second time that a conversation has happened at the mound with the Missoula Paddleheads where nobody has been warming up in the pen. Usually you see conversations are kind of a strategy to buy some time for somebody in the pen as the umpire just comes and breaks up this huddle. It was they were talking about a lot there. It was a healthy conversation, but as soon as the umpire came to break it up, the entire infield as well as the coach dispersed. Brant Broussard will have a chance, 2 outs and the bases loaded. Runners will run on contact, and there's a lot of speed on the base paths. McNicholas got wheels at third. Cash can boogie from first. Mazzone, jury's still out. I don't know. He is fairly small for a catcher. We'll see how much that translates to speed if we get the chance, but not on that pitch as it misses high. Count is 1-0 with 2 outs. Jared Fry, one of the other catchers for the Range Riders who has the night off tonight, he has really good speed for a catcher. And Mazzone just hasn't had the chance to show it yet in his pro debut. Actually, he did have an infield single, so I don't know what I'm talking about. Give him at least a 7 out of 10 in the speed category. But maybe he'll have a chance to prove himself if a base knock can happen from Brant Broussard. Sack bunt his most recent time up, 0 for 2 other than that. Does have a strikeout. 2-0 is the count for Broussard. Dan Swain, 20th pitch of the inning for the outfielder turned pitcher. Thought about it, did Broussard, but he held himself up on a 2-0 pitch. Let that one go over just the inside part of the plate. 2-1 now, 2 outs. Bases loaded here with the opportunity to really put the Range Riders in the driver's seat in their first ever game against the Missoula Paddleheads. The 2-1 pitch. Misses high, 3-1. A ball gives Broussard an RBI the easy way by pushing McNicholas from third across the plate. A strike will load the count with the loaded bases with 2 outs, and that means everybody will be running on 3-2. If the ball's put into play, we'll get there when we get there. 3-1 with 2 outs, bases loaded, coming. Called strike. Just on the outside part of the plate. Crowd doesn't like it. Murmurs of disagreement, but we'll do 3-2. 2 outs, bases loaded, runners going on the pitch. Broussard, the number 9 batter, second leadoff man. Plenty of wheels for him. If he puts one in the infield, there's a force at every base, though, so it doesn't matter if he is forced to leg out something. That one will miss. The call goes their way that time. And the home plate crowd with cheers of ball don't lie, as it all works out in the same for the call that they wanted just 2 pitches ago. That one, I'll tell you what, I don't think it missed. I think it was just about as close as that last one. It was incredibly close. Both were borderline ball or strike calls. Bases are loaded now for the leadoff man, Ben McConnell, who does not swing on the first pitch. Right now, they're just letting Swain dig himself into the ground as he almost got out of the bases loaded jam with nobody across, but the bases loaded walk does put 1 on the board. 8-4 is the score here in the bottom of the 7th. 1-0. Misses high to Ben McConnell. Already mentioned McConnell working on the construction crew to help build this stadium. Has to be so cool for the leadoff man to be able to literally be such an integral part and now see the fruits of his labor. 2-0 coming into McConnell. Misses. 3-0 now for the leadoff man out of Corinth, Texas. I'm sure that working on the stadium also kept him in great shape. Just working the past week and a half to get this stadium completely finalized and ready. I am absolutely exhausted every day. Misses off the plate, not even close. Ball 4, a 4-pitch bases loaded walk. And now what do the Missoula Paddleheads do? Because they have not warmed anybody up. I see somebody who's moving around there. Maybe somebody was told to finally go warm up, but not moving with much alacrity in the Paddleheads dugout. As Sam Linscott, who's had himself a solid day, 2 for 4. Started 0 for 2, but 2 singles have put his batting average on the day to 500. It's 9-4 now in favor of the Glacier Range Riders. Swain needed one to hit the zone, and that one did. 0-1. Linscott probably had a take sign all the way as Swain, two out, bases loaded walks have put 2 across in this inning and made it 9-4 in favor of the hometown Glacier Range Riders playing their first ever game against the Paddleheads here at Flathead Field. Home plate umpire says that he went. I don't have a better angle than he does, but I think I agree. The wrist just broke for Linscott. Nine to 4 here, bottom of the 7th. Bases loaded for Linscott. He's got to protect now on 0-2. He tries to protect, but it blows by him, and he swings and misses on the high fastball for out number 3. However, a 2-out rally gets 2 across on the bases loaded walks, and the Range Riders are leading 9-4 as we head to the 8th inning of play. Back here for the 8th inning of play between the Glacier Range Riders and the Missoula Paddleheads. Tanner Solomon got through the first inning in just 12 pitches. And now he has 2 extra runs on his lead to work with as he sees the top of the order, Whatley starting it off, and right down Main Street for strike number 1 against the leadoff man. Swing and a miss there, 2 gone. And the crowd just as much enjoying the swing and a miss, probably enjoying the speed in which Tanner Solomon's working. He's just cruising on the mound, trying to put the pressure back on the Missoula Paddleheads pitching staff. And right there, Whatley has a little bit of an argument there. He didn't think that he was set and ready for the pitch, and he thought Solomon was cruising too fast there. The home plate umpire maybe said something to the tune of, we had an hour lightning delay. And, you know, Tanner Solomon's friends at Wayland Baptist, maybe that are tuning in, are getting close to maybe their bedtime. That one will miss just off the plate. Home crowd does not like it. 2-0 is the count. 1 out here. Solomon is cruising and just missed with 3 straight pitches. Now it's 3-0 to Cameron Thompson, who is 0 for 3 tonight. And none of them hit the zone. That was the fastest 4-pitch walk I think I've ever seen. That was speedy there, and the first base runner to get on against Tanner Solomon gets there by way of the base on ball. For Solomon, spent 5 years at Wayland Baptist, an NAIA school. It's in Plainview, Texas, and that's why they are an hour later getting near 11:30. According to certain sources online, he is a left-handed batter. I don't know if we'll ever see that. That pitch hits the strike zone, so after 5 straight balls, Solomon able to key back in on the zone. Foul ball looped up. Going to be a tough play for Miller, and he can't track down what would have been a difficult over-the-shoulder basket catch. Instead is a foul. Count goes to 1-2. Tanner Solomon's actually played a little bit in this general area. Played for the Melville Millionaires. The Melville Millionaires are a team in the Western Canadian Baseball League, which has most of their teams. That one just misses inside. Counts now 2-2. 1 out, runner on first for Lamar Sparks, who's 2 for 3 tonight. Swung on. That one is looping high to right field. Back to the warning track and making the grab is the right fielder, Vinny Bologna. Looking up into the night sky and getting out number 2 here in the top of the 8th. And Lamar Sparks is down. Jason Newman stepping up now, 1 for 2 the last time up. He was walked. There's going to be a quick conversation as the pitching coach for the Glacier Range Riders, Mike Spears, comes out to talk with his pitcher. I got to take a quick break away from talking about the route of Tanner Solomon in terms of playing up here. I'll talk a little bit more about the Melville Millionaires and his season in the Western Canadian Baseball League. This is a pretty quick meeting at the mound, just coach, pitcher, and catcher. But I got to say, before I get any further, I already talked about these red Jammer jerseys every Friday here at the Flathead Field stadium named Flathead Field. We're going to be having Jammer Fridays, Jammer Jersey Fridays, those beautiful red that you see on the Jammer buses that you may have seen if you have visited Glacier. Fouled back. Take you over Going to the Sun Road and other beautiful spots around the area. Foul ball by Newman makes it 0-1, 2 outs, runner on first. Swung on a high fly ball down the right field line. Jason Newman knew it because he flipped his bat with displeasure. And he knew that was trackable for Vinny Bologna, and it is out number 3, Tanner Solomon. What a couple innings for him. Will he get a chance to come in and get the save in the ninth? That is TBD for now. Can some insurance be added on in the bottom of the 8th? Nathan Alexander is the new pitcher for the Missoula Paddleheads as he tries to limit any more runs. It will still need to be a 5-run at least top of the 9th for the Missoula Paddleheads. First pitch in the zone called strike against Brody Wofford. 0-for-3 tonight as Wofford did walk and score. Nathan Alexander, he was drafted by the Miami Marlins, 24th round of the 2018 draft, as that one is lifted into shallow center field and getting down for a base hit. Brody Wofford's aboard, 1-for-4 on the night now with a leadoff single here as some insurance is trying to be added on. It is 10:30, and we still have a crowd that is sticking this one out. They said lightning delay for an hour or not. We are coming through, and that is the support that we have seen in this first week. The opening night was 45 degrees. Incredibly cold for baseball season. Rain was pouring down, and we still had, the concourse absolutely stuffed, and the hard work and dedication of the staff and the construction crew and everybody else in between to put on a good show as we get a swing and a miss there from Dean Miller. It's just incredible, and that's why I keep telling people you got to come out here and experience this, whether you're from the Valley or whether you're from down US 93 in Missoula at some point this season. Make the trek up. As that one is hit, could be a chance for 2. 6-4-3, and it is in time. 6-4-3 double play gets 2 down in the bottom of the 8th. Vinny Bologna now stepping in. Bologna 1-for-4. He singled his most recent time up. The Flathead Valley is so great, and it's one of the things that I was talking with the broadcaster from the Missoula Paddleheads about as we are about to get a 0-0 pitch swung on by Vinny Bologna to push the count to 0-1 now. 2 outs here, bases empty, bottom of the 8th. That one will miss low. The thing about the Flathead Valley, so many things to do, especially during the day. At night, I think a big reason why baseball has already been so successful here and will continue to be is because it adds that 100%, as it counts 1 or 2 on the swing and a miss now. A 100% family-friendly, but also fun for all ages type environment, especially as the stadium gets more and more open. The kid zone over the right field foul area gets open. The 2 general admissions areas that will just make it even more affordable. Add another price range in there for GA tickets. I mean, it is 100% fun for a couple hours at a really reasonable price. And I'm sure Missoula Paddleheads, who head to games there at their stadium down in Zootown, I'm sure they would agree the exact same thing. Great way to unwind and spend your night convening with people from the community. 3-2, 2 outs, nobody on. Bologna receives. Bologna watches strike 3 go by, so it's a single for Wofford, but then the double play and the strikeout means that he faces the minimum in the bottom of the 8th. The Paddleheads need 5 runs at least to make sure that they do, to give them a chance to not lose their first ever game against the Glacier Range Riders. Don't go anywhere. The top of the 9th is coming right up. Well, I misspoke his name earlier when I was talking about Tanner Solomon, so why not bring Justin Coleman on? Similar amount of syllables, and they both end with men. Solomon, Coleman. All right. Justin Coleman comes on to finish this one off. No chance for a 3-inning save for Tanner Solomon, but I'll read you his final line in a second, and it was a good one. Reined in any chance of the Paddleheads clawing back in the 7th and the 8th. But first, let's introduce you to the new pitcher, and it is Justin Coleman from Murrayville, Tennessee. And he will see Nick Gatewood up next. Just 5 days ago, Coleman turned 26, so a late happy birthday to him. And he has not allowed a run in his professional career. Foul ball makes it 0-2 now, as he has a lead to work with. And he has 2 appearances, 3 innings pitched, 4 strikeouts, and 1 walk. Just 1 base runner against him in his 3 innings pitched. As we're seeing really good. That one went all the way to the parking lot, and people might be leaving right now. Hope that did not hit a car that is driving. Back to business. Still 0-2. Coleman could be a really good weapon, as that one's fouled back again. Could be a really good weapon if he's able to continue developing as he is. The pitcher is just working lightning quick. Van Wy started it off. He that's what he always does. But I don't know if it's just kind of how the night's gone, the hour delay. These guys want to get it wrapped up and get home because this is a long 6-game road stand and a swing and a miss. Homestand, I mean. And a swing and a miss. It's been a long homestand for me. I am running off of low sleep, but the adrenaline of professional baseball is putting the fuel in the tank. 1 out now. Now after the strikeout, Keaton Greenwald, the center fielder, steps up. 1 for 3 is Greenwald. First pitch in from Coleman, a high pop fly. Cash and McNicholas will debate who gets to it, and the debate won by McNicholas into the glove of the shortstop for out number 2. 1 out away from the first ever Friday night win at Flathead Field, the first win in their red Jammer jerseys, and the first win over the defending champion Missoula Paddleheads in franchise history. Can it happen here tonight? Just getting past the half-hour mark, 10:38. That one's a called strike. Count is now 1-1. Anders Green is 0 for 3 tonight. And Justin Coleman sets and fires. Swung on and missed. 1 out. Away, 1 strike away from the first ever win over the Missoula Paddleheads. Fires that one, and that hit the press box right next to me. The closest one has ever gotten to taking off my head, and the partially finished third baseline sweets scared the heck out of me. That one is swung on, says the home plate umpire, and comes up empty. The first ever win over the Missoula Paddleheads, the defending champions, come to Flathead Field, and Game 1 belongs to the host. The boys in the red jerseys with the gold letters come out victorious by a score of 9-4. What a ball game from start to finish. You saw Jason Newman come out and absolutely hammer a ball beyond the center field fence. You were thinking, oh no, is this what the Billings Mustangs did on Tuesday and on Thursday? Jump out early and score enough runs to be able to retain the victory and win the contest? Well, no. This squad came out, and on offense, in those red jerseys, they performed very, very well. And I'll tell you what, this was a complete offensive performance. It was everybody from every single pitcher that stepped up. Van Wy started it off incredibly solid, getting 5 innings. He's going to get the win, allowing just 5 hits and 4 runs, all of them earned. And then you take a look at the trio of Solomon, Day, and Coleman, the work that they did on the mound. They really performed strongly, did not allow a run, and every single opportunity, whether it be from walk or the odd hit that was allowed. Actually, I'll tell you what, those 3 relievers did not allow a hit. Solomon and Day each walked somebody, but they did not allow a hit, and that is the kind of bullpen that will get you some wins in the Pioneer League. A 9-4 victory in favor of the Glacier Range Riders. They take the first ever game between these two, the first ever Friday night game. Please, 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 if you're in the area or you're thinking about coming down to the field, come down to Flathead Field, wave up to me in the press box, and have a good time. Whether you're a paddlehead, a range rider, or you're trying to figure it out. I'm sure there'll be fans that'll try and convince you to the home side, but come on down and enjoy professional baseball in the Flathead Valley. It was a great game tonight, and it has been great games every night we've seen so far. The final score of this contest, 9-4 in favor of the Glacier Range Riders. The Paddleheads and Range Riders do it again tomorrow at 7:05 before the Father's Day matinee at 3:05 on Sunday. My name is Scott Gladstone. Thank you so much for tuning in to today's broadcast. I hope everybody has a great night. The Range Riders win 9-4, and stay safe out there.